Good evening, and welcome to this week's session of Once Upon a Roll, where we jump back into our Eden campaign with Durand, Neredian, and Elavorn. Last we left off, they had ventured from the Cragsaw Pass to the small town on the edge of the Viridi Desert named Duen. With a heavy gnome presence, you guys made your way through the town the first day that you got there and did some exploring, happening upon a strange little shop, a tinkerer's shop, full of little mechanical bits and bobs, cogs, and whirring gizmos, the likes of which you've never seen before. Very much resembling, as Elavorn had stated, magic, but not magic, but instead mechanical tinkering, including this one item that, given, is a combination of the two, magic and tinkering, the Breeze Easy hoop, which allows people to go around like, one of those handheld little spritzer fans and keep a little bit cool in the desert. The inventor of that, Yemen Wivel, for which the tinkery is named, made a deal with some local bandits. And his wife and apparently children are a little bit concerned as they've not seen him in quite some time. Beyond that, you're not sure what relation these bandits might have with your objective, but that is something that you kept in your head as you went forward with investigating this little town. You got a couple of rooms at the local tavern and decided to follow up on the only lead that you had, which was that the message from Dene Lavelle in Worthy was sent via Crow and made its way to Thwinbon, where the message would be received. So, talking to some local birds, Elavorn, you discovered not exactly as much as you would hope, but that some of the roofs on this place, nests as they were called, were a bit messy, very dirty. As there are only about 4 buildings in the whole town that weren't hard-covered tents that actually had roofs that could be dirty, you went about turning into a squirrel and investigating some of them. The governor's home seemed to be kept in good shape and not by any means dirty, and the other building that you had found yourself up on was the tinkerer's shop, which, while dirty, didn't seem unusual. The only other 2 buildings that you hadn't examined were the tavern itself and the lawmaster's building, the central area, the station for the Imperial Guard and all the ruling council, basically, of the peacekeeping officials of Thwinbon. Heading in for the evening, Elavorn and Neredian took time to bathe. Elavorn took Little Griffin out for some nighttime exercise as the temperature got to a more manageable and comfortable level, and Durand sat with the gnomish bartender Olafur Titaken, sharing some drinks, some strange scorpion-laden drinks, getting Olafur pretty intoxicated. Some conversation was had. I don't remember the exact specifics as Olafur. I was playing Olafur, including the lack of memory, apparently. So I really got into character on that one. But the night ended with him hopping down, slipping, taking a bunch of stuff from behind the counter onto the floor. He was all right, a little injured on his pride maybe, but other than that, all good. And after you had helped him lock up, he made his way upstairs to where his room was. Elavorn and Durand, you took it upon yourselves to maybe go through and help him clean up a bit of the mess, where you found many dish rags, empty glassware for drinks, pretty sturdy by the looks of it, able to take a bit of a drop, and seed or feed for birds, similar to the ones that you had found that the children that were feeding birds earlier had discarded and ran away from you. So, that's about where we left off. Naradian, I believe that you are either bathing or in the process of, drying, getting dressed, and feeding your Tresem. And Durand and Elavon, you are the only two conscious people still in the bar area. What are you guys doing?
There's, there's bird seed here.
Yeah.
And I mean, he could just be, an avid bird lover. But I mean, maybe that's how you would get, the crows to do the delivering of messages.
He did mention a room. Might have been concerned with someone getting into. Or he was concerned with a key, but presumably, I guess, a room.
He also seemed to know people and things and how. I mean, I don't know your whole discussion just when I was back. But like when we came in, he knew that we were tourists and stuff, So
well, he definitely knows about a lot of people. He told me that much in the stories that he spoke of. But I mean, that's not too strange for a bartender.
But it also would put him in a really good position to be like, disappearing people and stuff. Because, I mean, who'd suspect a bartender?
That is true. I mean, if he had something he needed to stay hidden, I know no better person that can break into hidden things, and very near and dear to us.
Do we still have the keys, or did you give them back to him, or?
Well, he definitely has them. I definitely gave them back. To understand, this was not my thought process at the time.
Oh, well, of course. I didn't think anything really either. Just that, you had a good time. That was good, But, I mean, the bird seed could be nothing. Maybe we should get Naradian. We'll get Naradian. I'm going to just get up and be like, resolved to go get Naradian.
Sure.
Maybe I need a shower.
Probably would be in the room.
Wash some of whatever buzz you have off of you.
You've got a musk about you, but it's you, so it's not bad per se. But I mean, could it wait till we figure this out? I mean, I don't know. We have time after. Maybe you should. I don't know what order to do things in.
I could wait.
It's you.
You could wash up and I'll fill Naradion in, okay? Let's do that. Or I mean, if you want to come, I don't. It's up to you. I just kind of bury my head in my hands, like my face. I'm like, this conversation.
I'll sober up quick. And I'll meet you guys down here.
Oh, okay. I mean, you're okay. Yeah.
So, Durand and you guys, after discussing this and being like, okay, this is the plan, let's go and do our own thing, realize that you have to walk the same way to get to the the opposite destination. So it's a little bit of like an awkward 30-foot walk as Duran heads to his room to get what he needs to bathe, and Elevorn heads to Netadion's room, which is not far away.
So Elevorn just kind of like, I don't know if Nerdion has locked the door, but anyway, Elevorn's just gonna try to open it really quick and like hide behind the door. You know, like she's gonna just try to go in and close the door really quick. But if it's locked, she's just gonna slam into the door.
Is your door locked, Netadion?
No, it's not locked.
So quickly opening and entering, closing the door right behind her, just as she gets in, is Elevorn.
And she's like leaning against the door and she's like, you know, blushing so much. Like just kind of like,
Why are you blushing? Did Duen do something? Did you guys?
He's just sitting there, clutching the griffin.
no! No!
Then why are you blushing?
There's nothing. That's not the... Everything is fine. It's totally...
Are you sure? Do I need to contact Duen?
No, I talk too much sometimes, I think. Or the words that come out aren't exactly right. Maybe that's it.
What did you say then if you're blushing so much?
Oh, nothing interesting, really. It's fine. Okay, so there's
confess your love to him?
What? No, why would I even... That's not any... Anyway, there's birdseed downstairs.
Just so you remember, you guys are downstairs.
We are downstairs? Okay.
Your room is in a hallway behind the bar.
We're always upstairs, usually. I probably walked upstairs.
There are rooms upstairs and downstairs.
Just some random guy's room.
We've got into
Everyone has
you
something to
being
drink.
upstairs. Okay. What about the birdseed? So, come down and explain everything, okay?
Okay, I'm calming down. So, Durand and Olafur were drinking, you know, a bit, and, well, Olafur seemed a little bit out of it, so we helped him clean up, and then in the process of doing that, I found that he had birdseed like the kids had, and I was like, you know, it's not criminal to have birdseed, but also, I mean, it would be a really good way to attract a bird. You know, a specific bird. Like a crow carrying a message.
Okay, so... I'd like thinking for a moment.
And Duran said there's a room or a door that he's not supposed to go in, that Oliver mentioned, but he's not sure where it is, and maybe we should check it out?
I mean, sure, I guess we could try to find it, and about so you're trying to tell me that he would be our contact over here, and, you know...
It doesn't seem entirely impossible, because, I mean, he's in, like, he knows people, and he's in, like, a position where, you know, it wouldn't be weird to talk to people.
That is true, well, I mean, I guess that's why also, you know, the Marion took a position as a bartender when in Ampivales, because they do hear a lot of stories, so...
No way, I totally... Wow. You're so smart!
Thank you.
Like, got her mouth open and just was like, whoa, mind
Whoa,
blown.
she put the square hole peg in the square hole. This is crazy.
Well, I mean, of course it would help to know where the room is, but I suppose we can try to find it ourselves too if we need to get in there. But also, if he is our contact, why shouldn't we just, talk to him and he might, take us into that room or something?
Nobody ever came here. All the contact was through the messages and the birds. So us being here would be weird, and we would need a code or something. I mean, if he is part of it, it could just be a shrine to his one true love or something, like pasta. I don't know.
Could be. Could be.
Well, I mean, like I said, sure, we can go and try to find the room door ourselves.
Also, we should, wait for Durand, because he's, washing his smell off of himself. So, cleaning up. Sobering up. Yes.
Sobering up? What? Was I drinking?
Without me?
How much did he have? How much did he have?
Oh, I'm not sure. I took the little one here and gently pet the griffin out to play for a little bit, and he was drinking when I left and drinking when I came back, so maybe a couple. Like 2, I don't know.
Well, hopefully the bath will sober him up a bit, I guess. We don't, considering how large he is, if he would be too drunk and stuff like that, so it wouldn't be too good. So, was he stumbling and stuff like that? How did he seem like?
Oh, he looked fine, good. He was walking fine.
I guess he is fine then, but at the same time, maybe it just hits him a bit later on. But well, as long as he's taking a bath now, maybe that will sober him up, and everything will go fine. And
okay, so Duran, you take your time to bathe off and wash up a lot of the grime from travel, and refreshing. It feels nice. Helps you to clear a little bit of the fogginess around your mind, but you never got too out of it from the drinks. Your constitution held its own, despite your best efforts, it would seem. So, you go ahead and you finish up. You get back into your Aladdin clothes, or
yeah,
back into your Aladdin clothes with a little bit of a modification so that your tail can come out the back end.
Wait. It's cold, right? I could wear my armor just in case.
The chainmail armor?
Yeah. The linky stuff.
Okay. If you want to, yeah. It would help you against the cold of the desert night. And it's also clinky stuff.
Shit.
As you said.
You know what?
And are you sure you're done flustering Elevorn over walking around without armor on?
I didn't notice. I think okay. I think I would just put the same thing I had on.
Okay. And now you're gonna go find them when you're done?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a knock on the door, Elevorn and Dion.
I kind of jumped because I was still leaning against it, so I'm like, oh!
Soft knocks.
Soft knocks. But still. So, you're let in. Durand is less musky. Seems, he was never really drunk, but he seems, in full control of his mental faculties. So the three of you are together. What are you doing?
So,
I presume you've been informed.
I was told about some door.
Well, probably door. Maybe something else. I'm not sure. All I was given was a set of keys. He's reluctant about giving me some of those keys. One of those keys, I don't entirely remember. Maybe one of those keys.
There were 4 keys on the ring. 2 of them were very similar, and those are the ones that you used for the front and back entrances to the tavern. Then the other 2 were smaller. The one that he had pointed out was significantly smaller.
So,
But you don't- To what or why? Like the other ones were like, the hunking brass keys. This one was like a smaller key.
okay. So then a smaller key. Presumably speaking, smaller key, smaller lock, smaller door.
Smaller key, smaller hole.
A smaller door. So, well, anyways, I think the point is we just need to find whatever that key is for. A
Yeah.
door or whatever. It doesn't really matter, just as long as we find something that's not really, I don't know. But what is the other plan? Should we steal the key, or do you want me to lockpick whatever we find, or?
Well, he was pretty drunk, so I mean, either seems possible. One is riskier than the other, I think. I can't be really the one to decide that for you.
I mean, it depends on where he keeps it. Keeps the key. Keys.
Presumably,
And,
all he
where
mentions
this
was
keyhole even is in the first place. That's an important thing to find out.
We just go look every room.
Yeah, just unlock everything in the. How many keyholes can there possibly be in Duen? Just one by one.
I suppose we can try to see if we can find something first before try to do anything.
Okay, so now, or do we need to wait a little bit longer?
Well, I think the sooner the better.
Usually, I guess that it would be the case. I don't know about this case though.
He fell off the bar. He was very, into his cups.
He had a lot. I would know. I paid.
You paid?
Yeah, it was made it sound like a bit of a legacy.
What did you drink with him? Or did you drink something else?
Is Neridion jealous now?
No. Just
Hmm.
curious.
Just something local. It had a scorpion in it.
A what?
That's what I said.
They had something inside the drink?
Yeah. At first I thought it was alive. Thankfully it wasn't.
You didn't have enough scorpions?
I mean, I had to try it.
I mean, I gotta say that kind of sounds interesting, but at the same time, I mean, there's a scorpion, even though it's dead, but there's a scorpion in it. Anyways, that's totally out of what we are trying to focus here on. So, shall we try to go and look around?
Sounds like a good idea.
All right. So, Durand, you do know that he went upstairs, so the place that he sleeps is most likely up on that second floor. You guys walk out, and you notice that there's somebody bustling about in the kitchen area, passing by, looking in. Someone is cleaning up, and it looks like they're the ones that are one of the employees that's cleaning up and kind of, making sure that nothing goes wrong throughout the night. I want Dune to roll a percentile dice, and then somebody else or anybody to make an investigation check for as you guys make your way up to the second floor to try to find Olafor's room.
I can do the investigation.
Sure.
Unless Elevon wants to.
I'm already investigating. My attention is elsewhere.
Okay.
The percentile is 19.
19.
And investigation is 30.
30.
Yes.
Okay. So, you walk up the stairs to the second, and you realize that there's a hallway full of these doors, similar to the rooms that you're staying in. You realize that it would be very difficult to go in and check each one to try to find where Olafor is staying, not to mention the risk of getting yourselves caught. Thankfully, due to Neredian's incredible investigative skills, Neredian, as you're walking down the hallway, you notice something's off about one of these rooms. And looking carefully, you notice that there's one of the keyholes for the locks. It still has a key in it. A key attached to a key ring. And a key ring attached to a gnome that is holding it and passed out on the floor in front of the door.
Okay, trying to stifle my laughter so I wouldn't, accidentally wake him up. I'm like try to motion to.
It's just like his arm is like kind of hanging and like almost like looped through. His head's resting against it. He's kind of snoring loudly for a gnome, you would imagine, snoring. It looks like he used the wrong key as well.
I mean, I guess I would I'm not sure how far Durand is from me, but I'll call to Durand and tap him on the arm and point towards.
You noticed. Unless you guys were going separate directions in the hallway. If you were sticking anywhere near each other, you would notice.
So
that's your guy.
That's him.
Yeah. I'm assuming either that's his room and that's the wrong key, or that's not his room and he, just passed out.
I mean, either way, there's the key.
Yes.
All right. So, what are you guys doing? Duran, looking at the. I guess first off, I'd like everybody to make a stealth check, please. Against his probably immaculate perception at this very moment.
I don't have disadvantage. Yay!
So is that just a straight roll for you?
Yeah, for the first time in ever. It's not even great. It's a 9.
Okay.
29.
Okay.
It's 15.
All right. He rolled a 2. So, Durand, you decide to get a closer look at the key ring to see like which key is going in, because you're a little more familiar with the key ring, trying to remember which ones that you had used to lock up the tavern, and kind of having to peer in a little bit closer as you don't have the deft eyes that Elavorn and Netadian have. You lean in, and like as you're leaning and bending down to get a closer look at it, your knee strikes the jaw of Olafor, who just kind of slumps the other way, still passed out.
I'm going to see this and just be kind of like, oh crap, what am I doing? I cast Pass Without Trace. Because why didn't I do that before? I'm too distracted.
Just instantly, just
Yeah, just
start chanting. Okay,
cast Pass Without Trace. Yeah.
gotcha. All right. You realize he was trying to open this door with one of the doors that you had used to lock up, and it didn't. It was a bit of a larger key for the keyhole, so it didn't work, obviously. So that's what you realized. Now the gnome is on the ground in front of the door, no longer grasping the keyring, breathing out of his mouth as he sleeps there, passed out, the beginnings of a small bruise on his jaw coming to form.
If any of those keys fit in that door, we should take him in, and I don't know if we can take the keys then too, but just have to make sure that we get the keys back too.
Sure. I can help him in. I'll do that.
Okay. Looking at the keys, there's only one that makes sense for this size of lock. There are 2 for that you use to lock up that are much larger. The one that is much smaller doesn't seem like it's large enough, and there's a 4th that seems like it fits, and it seems like a similar size to the ones that you guys have for your rooms. So using that key, turning it in the lock, the door does open. And inside, what small light is coming in from the window, you see a simple setup, bed, furniture, everything as normal, but just a little bit smaller. Seems like he's had, things in Duen seem that way now. You've noticed a lot of places have had furniture that's just a little bit smaller, or at least partially has some, because of the mostly prevalent gnome presence in this desert area. For whatever reason. Interesting. So, Durand carries his best friend over to the bed, lays him down, and you can see Olafor kind of tossing, turning a little bit, doesn't quite wake up, just getting himself comfortable in his drunken stupor. Now, what are the 3 of you doing?
I suppose since Trant went inside the room, I would also go into the room and gotta look around if there seems to be something like a box or whatever that could have a lock that the smaller key would fit in.
Using your investigation check from earlier, you see that there is a desk. The desk itself is mostly emptied off. It's other than the writing utensils and blank pieces of parchment that are neatly organized into one of the corners. There are no drawers on the underside of this desk, but it looks like there should be one. And in fact, there even is a keyhole in this bottom sort of chunk of wood of the desk, but it's not attached to a drawer. You're expecting to see a handle, seams where a drawer might be, but you don't see any. It's just basically a keyhole on a solid block of wood underneath this desk. And the desk is pushed up against the wall.
That's interesting. I'll go to Trond and kind of try to keep voice low, and so where's the keys now? Do you have them, or did you put them somewhere?
I have them.
Can I have them?
Sure.
Thank you. If I have the keys, then I'll go to the lock and try the smallest key, I guess.
The smallest key does seem to fit. Do you turn it?
Well, before I turn it, I guess I look back to Trond and Elevorn, and then kind of like at the Olafor too.
Elevorn's just kind of in the doorway. Like, she's just like shrugging, like, I don't know. Okay. Sure. Nod. Thumbs up.
Alright.
Trond is too busy caring for his best friend.
I'm cheering you on with a thumbs up.
Okay, I'll turn it.
So
I'll
you turn
turn.
the key, and it gives more resistance than you'd expect. It's a little bit weird, and you hear this ticking, clicking type noise as you turn it. Almost like as you turn it, you're actuating a mechanism that you can't see.
How loud it is.
It's audible enough that Olavorn and Don can hear it. It's not blaring loud.
Yeah, since if
It's loud
Elevorn
enough
and Trond
that
can hear it,
anybody in the room could hear it.
yeah, kind of like looking sometimes at Olafor if he seems to be waking up or something. Like,
He doesn't seem to be waking up.
I keep on turning, I guess. I don't know.
As you continue to turn, the sound seems to move throughout the room. It started here at this keyhole as you were turning the key, and the key keeps turning. It's like it doesn't. You keep turning it, and you're not finding like it doesn't seat anywhere. So it goes from this area. It seems to go to the sound travels to the back of the desk, and all the while it's getting a little bit louder because it seems like it's still coming from the keyhole as you're turning it. It goes to the back of the desk, through the wall, down the floor, and then you're hearing it coming from underneath you, under your feet as you continue to turn it. And Elevorn and Durand, as with every crank Neredion turns this key, the sound seems to be coming louder and getting closer to you. To the point where it is actually a little bit loud at this point. And everyone's a little worried about Olafor, who disadvantage. Instead of 19, it's a 7 on his perception, is still asleep.
That drink was really strong, I guess.
Yeah, I've met like 4 or 5 of them, yeah. Continues to the point where you're not sure if you should continue just based on the noise, which isn't like deafening loud, but it's definitely any
Loud enough.
non-drunk person would have woken up by now. But as you make maybe like your 4th or 5th rotation, there is a defining click, a small popping sound, and a little ways away from the bed, on the floor between Drand and Elevorn, a small, previously indiscernible section of the floor comes open. Maybe only about a foot by a foot, if that. Probably smaller. Maybe like this big.
Let me check it.
Tiny.
You check it. Underneath there is just a very small, very shallow, cutout area with smooth wooden walls. It's like it doesn't even go as deep as the beam of wood that it's set on. And inside, there's only one thing that you can see, and it's a very small, smooth stone, like a river stone for skipping, is what it looks and feels like.
Well,
I'll take it.
Okay, you go and you take it.
Does anything seem strange about it?
No. Appearances and feel, it seems like it's a pretty smooth stone. It's kind of, nice to touch it. Might feel good against the skin.
I'll go closer to Drond and kind of like look at the stone while he's holding it. All that for a stone? That's not. What? I'll go, then kind of like leaning to the small hole to try to see if there would be just anything else, but
Looking
because
in,
it's small, yeah.
other than you can see like a tiny little place where the wood was carved in, but that seems just to be the opening for this gear mechanism set up to have traveled through.
Yeah.
Other than that, doesn't seem like there's no other hidden compartments or anything else.
Me too. That's weird.
Yeah, very. But I mean, can't take it.
We need to. I mean, if I spend some time with it, I can figure out if it's magical.
Okay.
I don't want to do it in here, though, because, it's in here.
Yeah, we'll never know when he wakes up.
Yeah, but guess it's worth looking into.
So you're gonna take it?
I'll just go into the hall then, and I'll just start casting Detect Magic.
Oh, you're going into the hallway to cast it? Okay, you cast Detect Magic.
No,
And-
I have to cast it ritually.
Oh, okay. So are you staying in here to do that or no? That's a 10 minutes. Are you guys staying in here for 10 minutes?
I have
No.
that.
And if you're leaving, are you resetting the mechanism?
That's what Neri probably would do, yeah.
So it's going to make some more noise.
Well, if you just want to put it back, just put it back. I mean, I don't know. Befriend the guy more.
Oh, what if I use silence?
You could use silence? You have that spell?
Yeah, I always have it.
Okay.
It's an oath thingy.
Ooh. Yeah, you could do that. Let's make sure that you don't have Elevorn inside of the bubble. So that she can still cast her spell. If her spell requires her to say things.
Okay, so well, Elevorn can go to the room, start casting that safety, and quietly get everything back closed up.
Okay.
Why didn't I think of that earlier?
Didn't realize how
I
loud it
needed
would
the
be.
suspense. Also
So,
true.
yeah. So you go ahead and you cast the silence spell, and instantly the entire room just goes devoid of any sound whatsoever. And then at the end, you reset the contraption, and the little trap door in the floor is able to be reset and again flush with the rest of the wood in the floor. You guys have the keys? Are you keeping them on you?
I'm not sure, but I'm also giving Durand a look like, why did you do that before?
You have to play charades, basically.
Yeah, I'll speak, but like nothing comes out, and then I'll just kind of shrug.
Shrug back and then like dangle the keys and like then try to give like look like then what do we do with these?
I don't know.
What's your decision there, Dion?
I'm gonna leave them on a table or something.
Okay. So you guys do that, and you head out back down to the room where Elevorn is in the middle of casting Detect Magic. Elevorn, your spell ends. You cast a spell. You got, your friends that are there with their magical doodads. You with yours, and this stone is giving off a magical glow as well.
Okay, so it's magic rock.
Magic rock.
I don't know what it does. I mean, we could ask Era.
I guess we could, but doesn't she also need to see it, like feel it, touch it, or something? I don't know how these things go.
I don't know. But I don't know what it is. It glows. I'm just like looking at it.
You guys don't see a glow.
Hmm.
She just sees it because of Detect Magic. Anyways, what are you guys doing?
I think she would respond at this hour, even.
There is only one way to find out.
Well, go ahead and do it, I guess.
So I'm going to hold down the button and point it at Durand and Meridian. And I'm going to say, "Hi, Era, it's me, Elevorn, and we're coming to you live from our room in the desert, and I have a question. So, hi."
You hear a sleepy Era. I only got half of that. What's going on? You guys okay? Do you need me to come there? Find a way out to you? Where are you? I'll be there.
I got the glowy rock. I mean, it's not glowy. It doesn't. I use detect magic, and this rock glows. But this rock was hidden under a desk in a block behind the key, and then the room made noise, and then the rock came out. So
Magic rock. Got it. Okay.
it looks like this, and then I hold it up in front of my other hand.
Okay. And so with Era's Arcana check, should have said it. Oh, yeah, that's a sending stone. Had tons of them at the academy. Basically, they're like worse versions of our bracelet. Can only really use it once a day or so, but we got wizards have tons of them usually so that they can keep in contact with people. The way they normally work, as far as I know, is they come in pairs. They're made in pairs, so one person has one and the other has the other, and you can talk to them like we do our bracelets, but only once a day and not telepathically, as I understand. It might be. I'm not sure on that. Yeah. So basically, one time use per day bracelet, essentially, with only one other person. So do you have both of them or just that one?
Just one.
Well, someone else somewhere else has the other one.
Can anyone use it?
As far as I know, yeah, I don't think that they're bound to anyone. It's not like our powerful things where we have to make that connection with them, unless there's a further enchantment on it to make it that way, then I wouldn't see why not. If you're going to do that, though, I don't know where you got that, or since you don't know what it is, I can only imagine, especially because you're calling me at like 3 a.m, that you guys found that in a place you might not have been supposed to find it. So if that's the case, it might be surprising to whoever's on the other line to hear not who they were expecting to hear. So just be careful with that, all right?
So we should keep it then.
I don't know what's going on. I think that's up to you guys.
But it's definitely not the thing that we were kind of like looking for. It has nothing to do with the crows.
How would you... What? Well, what does a barkeeper need to send a message rock for? The magic message pebble thing? Like,
I mean, I wouldn't say that, the weird part of it is that he has this. The weird part is that it was hidden underneath the floor. So, I mean, normally, sure, it might be expensive item, but still that's really elaborate place to hide it. But so that's the more curious thing. So he is not, I would say that he probably isn't that clean, if you want to call it.
So are you saying he's involved in this, or that he's not involved?
He's definitely involved with something. I'm not sure if he's involved with this or if what he's involved, but he's involved with something.
You guys done here? You're still holding down the button, Alavorn.
Oh, sorry.
No problem.
Trying to figure out what to do.
Good night.
Good night. I'll press my button for a short while so he...
Alright. And Era's off the line now.
Or she thinks so.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine.
It's not really not her button, so.
Yeah, but I mean, we can always just.
Just yeah, that's what fair. There should be a third button on the bracelet to just mute. Just airplane mode for your bracelets.
Yeah.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
So, something shady is with this because he's hiding it so well. But the thing is, if it's related to what we need, we are trying to, find out and everything. That's a whole different thing. And I'm not sure if we should just try to ask him, and if we do, I'm not sure how, and
Or, you just keep it, and when whoever talks says something, we just listen.
I mean that works too, I guess, but if the other person doesn't get a response, then what?
Can you imitate his voice, Durant?
Try it. Try to imitate him.
I have literally anything to help me with imitating voices. Nope. Nothing at all.
You have your natural talent.
I have no natural talent.
That's not nice to Duran.
I mean, I was only asking because you spent a lot of time talking to him tonight, right? So maybe,
I know him for a night.
Yeah. So you want to put it back then?
No, it might be better to hold on to it.
So it has been decided. We hold on to it.
That's what it sounds like. No.
Unless you guys really want to take it back, I'm kind of tired at the moment also, so I'm not sure about you two, but maybe we should try to get some sleep. I'm not sure whose room we are in, but if we're not in Neridian's room, then Neridian is gonna get up, kind of like, or move to the door at least.
Okay. Hello, Wonderland.
Okay. Yeah, rest, I guess, but yeah. Okay.
Okay. So what's you guys' plan? I don't know.
It sounds like we're holding onto the stone.
Okay.
Yeah, probably hold on to it until tomorrow. See what happens.
Should I hide it somewhere? Or do you want to keep it on you in case somebody uses it?
Probably better for someone to hold it, but not me.
I can take it. If you guys, neither of you want to, I can take it.
It's up to you. I mean, if you want it, it doesn't matter. I just have to be, we just have to make sure that we're paying attention to it so that, I don't know how it works, so.
I mean, well, maybe either, In that case, I don't know, maybe either of you should, keep it instead then, because you two sleep in the same room after all, so if anything comes up, it's faster for you to do something about it, or one of you do something while other one is getting me or some, I don't know.
Okay.
So if anything happens tonight, just, come wake me up. Otherwise, I think I'm gonna go try to get some sleep.
Alright. So, Elvon takes the sending stone. Nedadion leaves the room, heads to bed, and gets some rest. So, Durand and Elvon, two of you are in the room that you guys have. You guys getting some rest or anything else that you would want to accomplish this night?
I think we rest with armor.
Rest with armor. Got it. So you want an uncomfortable night's rest.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Alright.
But safe in the mind.
There you go. Mental comfort. So, you guys get to bed, you get to the rest, the next day comes. Just as naturally as the previous. It's early in the morning when you all come out of your rest. And the day is yours.
I suppose we should go eat and see how our bartender friend is doing.
Breakfast.
Okay, so you head to breakfast. You realize Olafor is there. He is kind of slouched, leaning on the bar, his arms extended across it with a giant mug of water in front of him. He doesn't look good, but he's there. He sees you guys come in and kind of tries to pipe up a bit. Oh, yes, there's our guests here. Good morning. You sticking around a bit for something to eat and drink, maybe, or you got an early day ahead of you? I forgot that you'd even come in. I apologize.
It's all fine. Breakfast definitely sounds good. We're not in that much of a rush, right?
Alright, got some pretty. I'm sorry?
I forgot something in the room. I'm just. I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. So what have you got? We don't normally need to prepare meals much. We're more of a drinks place, but we do have a couple different cheeses and bread to go with it. Some dried meats as well.
The cheese and bread does sound good. For me, at least.
Bring out a little bit of everything for the table. How about that? It makes it easier on me. I'm not feeling completely myself this morning. My jaw hurts something awful. And he gets up and goes to get the food stuff. So, Elvon, you're running back to the room.
Mm-hmm.
What are you getting?
I'm scrying.
You're scrying.
Ooh, sneaky.
On who?
whoever owns the other stone. Like, I just kind of use it as a way to try to be like, because they're a pair, so I might just get the wizard who made it. I don't know, but I figured it's worth a try.
You can
Both.
try, 'cause that's not one of his possessions. The person, you have Olafor's thing.
Well, she said they come in a pair, so I don't know these
Like,
things.
you make a friendship bracelet with somebody else, and then you can scry on either one to scry on either
It's
person.
a connection. Yeah, it's a connection between friends.
I'm scrying on the connection between friends. It's a
Weird.
stretch, and I think you know that. Second hand, you have heard of the target. Nope. First hand, you have met the target. Nope. Familiar, you know the target well. No, you don't even know who you would be scrying on. You can't scry on the stone itself. Like, you don't have a target to try to scry on. It's like, does it say you need one?
The owner of the other stone.
I've heard of him. Yeah.
I have to give props for Elevorn's spirit.
Likeness or picture? No. Possession or garment? No. Body part, lock of hair, bit of nail? They're like, no.
That's for a bonus to it.
Yeah, that's all bonuses, bro.
What are you talking
Give me
about?
the raw roll.
It's like,
What's the raw
like
roll?
getting whipped cream on your ice cream or whatever, and the cherry on top. Those are the fancy extras.
Right. I don't even want ice cream. I just want some milk.
Plus five to their save if you've only heard of the target. You haven't even heard of this person that you're trying to scry on. There is not a number on the chart that gives a bonus high enough for the lack of knowledge that you have of your target.
I hope you heard that.
What?
I said anything is possible as long as we believe.
Okay.
Not in reference to what I'm saying. She just happened to say it.
You don't have a target. I'm sorry. You don't have a target, Elevon.
Damn it.
You need to have at least heard of the person, the creature, the thing. You don't know whether you're scrying on a man, a woman, a chipmunk that stole the stone in the night one day and is keeping it in its burrow. You have no idea. You can't even begin to picture a target. You're scrying on anyone with a rock at that point.
That'd be.
Just move on. It's okay.
What? What?
It was enough a while ago. I understand, and I'm not arguing with you. So
Oh, okay.
just
No,
move
sorry.
on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just
No,
I
it's
was trying to find a way to make it. I just can't. It's too.
No,
I think it was
Doesn't
arguing with himself.
I kind of
Or-
was. Yeah, not with you. I'm sorry if it came off that way. I was like, can it work? No, it can't. Yeah, if you can, it can. Anything is possible with the dice roll. No. Anyways, I do like the thought, though. I really do like the thought.
like the bravery, the faith.
So, Elwood does come back. Not expending a spell slot or anything like that. But Elwood returns to the table to some bread, meat, and cheese. You can see the bartender still there. He served it up to you, tried to do it with a little bit of enthusiasm, but really couldn't end up mustering it up that well. So he still seems like he's got looks like he has a pretty nasty headache. So as you guys eat your breakfast, what are you doing? The sending stone's still on Elevorn's person, I believe.
Barely unnoticed. There's probably a check-in at some time.
We don't know.
You don't? You're just gonna hang out in the tavern all day?
No, I just wanted to see if he knew anything of it.
If he knew anything other about what?
Well, no, I mean he's not acting. He's not acting strange.
He's
So
not acting like anything other than a guy that drank too much the night before.
right, yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting.
Yeah.
Which is enough for me to say that I don't have to stay here for longer.
So, where are you guys going?
I don't know what we should do really now, because I don't. Sure, he had the seeds. I'm gonna like try to talk a little bit quietly. So he had the seeds, but there didn't seem to be any papers that were, any little notes that could have been sent by a bird or anything like that. And all we found was this stone that, wouldn't be required if they are. Then again, of course, this could be just to contact somebody else. Then this is just getting confusing a little bit.
It still can be a huge stretch, so not damning evidence of anything.
Yeah, at least something that doesn't really concern us. I didn't. But at the same time, how long do we want to keep the stone until somebody contacts via it, or should we just eventually try to sneak it back into his room, or? Or maybe you should just get him drunk again and try to talk with him. Get him to spill his beans.
Never checked the ledger.
I mean, it seemed to be just a ledger where you mark down, what has been bought and stuff like that.
That is what a ledger is, generally. Who knows? He could be doodling, though. You don't know.
I mean, Neri did kinda have a glimpse at it.
No, you didn't.
I didn't.
You saw him writing in it. You went over to try to grab it. He came back. You got spooked and didn't decide to go for it again.
Oh yeah.
You saw him writing in it. You didn't see any of the inside of it. No. Anyways, you guys finished your food?
Outside seems to be hot. I don't know. Do we want to go out?
Probably warming up pretty quickly, yeah. It's a dry heat, though.
Probably better to not stick around.
Alright, so you guys are heading out?
Where are we going?
So as the three of you are heading out, Olafur calls out, hold on 1 second. Duran, could I have just a quick word, and I'll let you get on your way.
Sure.
And come back and to the bar. Come. I didn't get a chance to, I suppose, properly thank you for the good conversation last night. I do appreciate it, although I seem to have gotten a bit away from myself. I don't quite remember how the night ended, and I hope I wasn't too much of a trouble. So I don't remember even getting up to my room. So hopefully I wasn't too much of a bother. You didn't need to help me up there or anything, did you?
Well, you didn't really. You said that you had a. You said you'd be fine going upstairs. You let you do that. Although
That sounds like something I would say. Yes. I doubt I was fine though. Ow.
that happened while you were still down here.
Just like, yeah, my head hurts on the top, it hurts on the bottom. It's not a good start to the day, but I guess as long as I made it up without needing to bother you any further, I guess that's all I was worried about. Didn't want to be, I'm the one that's supposed to be taking care of you and your friends, not the other way around.
Oh, it's fine. I mean, we spent we spent the night talking amongst each other as friends, so friends help each other out, you know.
Indeed. Well, I look forward to future conversations like that. Maybe not anytime in the near future.
Maybe not too recent, but you know.
Ow. Well, I won't keep you any further. I really just had that one question that was nagging at me. So, you'll know where to find me.
Yeah.
So you go and you rejoin Elevorn and Nedarion.
So,
you guys are outside now.
What now then? Should we just try to... I don't know how often they need to contact each other, but like stay on a bird watch or something? Or should we just be brave enough and contact whoever is at the end of the other stone?
Maybe not. Yep. We should probably wait till they try to make contact with us. Hopefully, at some point.
I don't know, it's us. They think they're contacting him.
Exactly.
But anyways,
Well, I mean, we don't have to respond.
It's true.
Yeah, we don't, but you know. Well,
You know, not everything I do is all butterflies and rainbows. I could try to see if I could make him help us.
what do you mean?
Sometimes things need to be persuaded to do things that they might not otherwise do, you know.
That is true. So, well, I mean, if you want to try that, then maybe still try to do it a bit later on. Unless you want to try it now. I don't. I'll kind of like look. There is a door, so how many people were in besides us?
Not many. There was one other person.
Well, the thing is I don't know exactly what to request or ask of him because, maybe he's not related to anything and there isn't really. I mean, we could just go talk to him, but that ends how that ends. And this also will end how it ends, which is probably with the confrontation with the guards and the Empire and oh, you broke. I don't know.
Everything ends how they end. Can't relate to too much about it, even though we might try. I don't know. We could maybe try to drop hints that that we know. Esther. Forget the name.
So, what are you guys doing? Or at least, what are you doing? How are you spending the rest of the day? What's the plan?
Not sure.
I'm a bit unsure also.
What if we just wandered the desert, search of the bandits?
So it sounds like you guys, as players, don't understand what's going on fully. Is that fair?
I think I'm
That
at
might be.
least
That
not.
could be something on my end, where something was lost in translation, or not picked up on, or not recalled, or happened too long ago to be a detail that you guys have retained.
Well, we know there's two different groups. One of them are the slavers, and one of them are the bandits.
Okay.
For
Yeah,
now,
what
we
I'm
have no
talking about
idea
is-
if there's
Okay, so
any connection between the two of them.
You're here in Thwinbon to try to find Danae Lavelle's connection to the slavers, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So Danae Lavelle being somebody who wanted to purchase slaves was going to contact somebody here in Thwinbon. Now, based on your time looking around, Thwinbon is not a slave camp, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means word would have to get from Thwinbon to the slave camp in the desert if someone wished to purchase or sell slaves, yeah? So it's kind of like a supply chain type thing going on, a relay of messages and operatives for this organization going on. So you know that whoever is trying to buy slaves, that happens out of Thwinbon. They send a message, according to Danae Lavelle, at least he does, sends a message to Thwinbon somewhere, and they find a way then to make it happen. And that's what you guys are trying to figure out. One, who is the recipient of the purchase order for slaves, and how do they then go and make it known that, hey, somebody wants to buy slaves, let's get some slaves out of the desert and over to Worthy, for example. Not sure if that helps or if you guys were doing this with all of that knowledge.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get around it, but I have a new plan.
How to get around what?
How to get around, how to. The bird is a dead end, so how about I just be a bird?
So you could.
Attach the note
That is
to my
something
ankle.
within Elevorn's capabilities. Yeah.
So just let me do that. I'll just be a bird. You write a note. Anybody write a note. Say, require, whatever we require. Did anybody look at the note before we tied it to the thing? Because I feel like somebody did.
Somebody looked at the note before you did what?
We had
Before we
Dene
sent it.
Lavelle write a note, and I feel like somebody had to have seen what he wrote because we wouldn't
Oh.
just mindlessly give him something to send off. Like here, communicate with anybody and say whatever you wish. We don't care. Roll it up and send it off. I don't think that's what happened.
So
So
the note that you had read was worded as a message from a family member to a family member. It was basically, and it's an odd read because nobody would speak like that. But it was talking about some sort of family reunion / gathering type thing, where they numbered out the specific number of, like, aunts, brothers, sisters, uncles, basically male and female family members that they were expecting to be there. And that was pretty much it.
okay, so can we write something similar? Somebody can maybe write a little neater than I can. Because I also can't tie it to my ankle as a bird. So I'm gonna need your help.
Right.
Please.
Lack of thumbs.
Lack of thought.
Just there with the feathers.
What happens if Elevon tries to control herself after she's wild shaped? Does she have to make a U handling check?
A what handling check?
A U hand. Elevon, make a U handling check.
Can you handle yourself?
Oh. Okay. Well,
I definitely do have paper and ink and stuff like that. So
Neri draws nice, so she has to write nice too. So she should
That-
write.
does she?
Not how that works, but
Yeah,
okay.
that's not how it works. Yeah,
I mean,
and I don't think the handwriting matters.
usually I would ask Bask or like Arrow to help or something, but they're not here, so.
True.
Alright.
But
So-
fine, I'll write it if
Okay.
Rhonda is being thinking like that.
Gotcha.
Which
So you
way?
write down. What's up?
I'm like also at the same time trying to be like, which way is where we came from? We came from, because I want to go out into the desert.
The left.
You want to go into the desert?
I want
to
to
the right.
leave so that I can be just
Okay.
arriving,
Where
So-
am I? Who do
That
you
way.
need to be? Wandering off into the desert.
That way.
Alright, so
How many people do we suppose want? Just one? Try to. I don't know.
not sure if the exact message matters, but
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
I just need to be caught by somebody, I need to
to be
figure out.
shot down and Elevon falls from the sky.
No.
There's no guns over here, though.
Then I get up
Shoot
really
a
mad.
bow and arrow or a crossbow.
True.
Shoot is a not meaning. It's not
I
exclusive
know.
of a gun. Alright, so you write
Yeah.
any message on this. You write like, I don't know, gotcha bitch on a note and
No,
Yeah.
no. No.
what?
In a similar format, at least.
Yeah, I'll write something in some similar form. Yeah. I don't.
I don't want to die, okay? I'm going by myself. I mean, I'm not entirely concerned and I'm not totally afraid, but if you could try not to get me killed, that would be great.
That'd be great.
Why would they kill you even if you bring weird kind of a message?
Have you not heard of shoot the messenger? It's a saying for a reason.
Is it a don't shoot the messenger?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they do. That's why you say don't do it, because people do it.
That's why it's a saying.
Maybe these people respect the saying.
I hope so. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't give them a reason to shoot me.
Well, I'm okay. Yeah, I'll write a message that hopefully doesn't get you killed. But I'm okay. I'm not even gonna think about that whole messenger thing. Otherwise,
Not easier. Just got harder.
Okay. So
What if I
the
send off
message is
guilty?
written. The message is written.
message.
Alavorn, are you wild shaping into a crow?
Can I use my pendant?
Or are you
It's
polymorphing into
tiny.
You could, yes.
I mean, polymorph might give me a more genuine response to things, but I won't have my wits about me then, maybe.
But are Alavorn's wits going to what's smarter, Alavorn or a crow?
Oh Lord!
Polymorph myself then. Thank you. For
Alavorn is
reminding me.
smarter, okay? She's at least 4 points smarter than a crow. I'm just being honest. You haven't.
Wait, that's a lot of
No.
points.
She's not.
4 is a lot. Yeah.
No, it's like if. Well, what? Where are you looking at? Because there's a raven, which I guess isn't a crow. So.
Oh, what is a raven's intelligence?
2.
Yeah, 4 points smarter. Yours is 6, right?
Yeah.
There you go. You're 3 times as smart as a raven.
Go me.
I don't know. Like,
Oh, we're
ravens
just
and crows are pretty
shouting
smart
at this
birds,
guy,
you know?
right? It's not my fault I'm so stupid. Which is the equivalent of the conversation I'm having with myself.
Well, this is not a. No, it's okay. Alright.
You're
So-
talking to that weird voice you hear in the sky again, Elevor.
You can't
Stop
hear
it.
it.
Don't make it canon. It's not canon.
Sometimes, actually, yeah. Sometimes I have heard things. What
Yeah,
about you,
Mikey.
Ron?
Screw that
Stop
guy.
it. Stop it.
It's too late.
You guys are breaking my world.
Like this would be the first time.
Screw that guy, and then Bahamut comes down and smites you.
No,
Screw
not
me!
Bahamut, not
Oh!
Bahamut. No.
Anyways,
Yes, anyways.
message has been written.
That's written.
Elevorn turns into burp at the polymorph
Yep.
or
I'll say for
something. I don't
polymorph.
know.
That's the only question.
I'll polymorph, but like I want to go out into the desert and hopefully not too far, just like right outside of town and try to remember what I'm doing.
Sure. So, you go out into the desert. You polymorph into a crow in front of Nedadian, who is holding onto you. The letter is attached, and you are set free. Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Be free.
Initially, instinctually, you see green in one direction and nothing but empty, brown, dry dust the other. Your instinct is to head back towards town.
15.
Okay. That's a 15?
15.
With the minus, what, 4?
Well, if you do -4, it's 11.
That's still better than average. So, you are able to, like, you retain your stuff, and it's in line with what the crow's instincts are at the moment, so that makes it easier to, get in control of the animal within. So, you fly over the town, Durand Nerian, following back into town.
I mean, sure.
I don't know, you can hang out in the desert if you want.
No, that's desert. No, thank you.
True.
It already, with the small amount of time that you spent out there, you're just like, this is miserable.
Yeah.
Why would anyone choose to be out here?
Also, Durant has the griffin.
Durand is what?
The griffin. I didn't.
Oh
Just...
yes, Duran has the griffin. All right, so where are you headed, Elevorn? You're in control.
Do I see any other birds?
Make a perception check.
Is that wisdom?
Yes.
Okay, then it's +1, so that's 18 total.
Nice. You do. There are a few birds flying around, some small, like, scavenger types that are flying high above, kind of on the border of the desert and the town. You don't see, like, a large flocking congregation of birds just above, like, any random building or tent, though. You don't see that.
Do I see
Looking
anything
down.
to eat?
At that point, you're like looking down, and it's like this isn't the terrain that your crow is used to, like scavenging for food in. So that's one of the things that you're like in the back of your head that you're trying to suppress is the urge to find food, and there's just nothing around until you catch something. You see something, food. There is food below you. Are you heading towards it?
Yeah?
All right. You head to not the ground. You're used to, your crow is used to rooting around in the dirt and grass for its food, but this food is right there for the taking. A pile of food. And it looks like all you need to do is push open some lightweight little door like flapper mechanism to get to it.
Okay.
You can't okay, so you don't have to if you don't want to. This basically you're sitting in front of a bird trap, a cage where it's basically like a one-way door to get to the feed on top of one of the buildings, specifically on top of the tavern.
Okay.
You're going in?
Yeah.
Okay. You go in and you get your feed. And you eat. You eat as much as you want, and there's more left over. Then your crow instincts start to panic as you try to head back out. Your beak pecks and tries to lift at the door, but you can't lift it and sneak under all at once. Once you release it, it slams shut again, and you're not able to get back out of the cage. Durand and Naradian following Elevhorn. You see her fly up above and like does a bit of a swaying, like a sort of zigzagging pattern before. Looks like she spots something and she flutters and flies down on top of the tavern roof. And as you're kind of standing outside close enough to the tavern, you hear some little sounds of some like clanging metal on metal, just like a chain link fence being rattled, kind of.
So I'll probably start calling
Mm-hmm.
because I'm trapped.
You hear that as well.
Oh, shit.
You could probably climb up there easily.
But do you think it's... I mean, it still might not be Olaf, or, it could be just somebody who has set the trap up there, somebody else. So, I don't... It might be bad for Elevorn, but... I mean, maybe we should just wait for a bit to see if somebody picks her up. I don't...
So obviously from where you are, you can't see Elevorn. You can just hear the distressed callings. It's up to you. What are you guys doing? Kind of You need to know the decision set in stone before whatever next happens.
I mean, if you want me, of course I can try to go and free her, but
Well, you guys don't know exactly what is. You also don't know what's causing the distress of the bird on the roof.
yeah, well, it's an assumption that she's trapped somehow. At least, I don't know.
Sure.
Because
Okay.
even
You
even
heard-
though Neri might not be an animal expert, but the kind might, even to Neridian, sound like it's stressful. So yeah.
Mhm.
I think it wouldn't hurt to at the very least know what's going on.
Okay. So what's around the inn? Like, would there be?
There's the closest buildings are tents, and like I said, this place it's not crowded. It's pretty open, but it's also a small town. It's not very populated. So if standing along like the main front entrance, there are enough people around that you would be seen. But swinging around the back and timing it right, you should be able to get up without um, anyone being the wiser.
Yeah, I'll probably go more to the back or something, and then climb. And probably wouldn't right away jump up on the roof or anything. Just like peek to see if anybody else has gotten up over there before me or something.
Okay, Durand, what are you doing? Standing there, following Neri, going into the tavern.
Standing. Actually. Just standing watch around.
Okay, so go ahead and make a perception check, Durand, as Nerion you climb up. The further up you climb up this two-story tavern, you hear the rattling of the cage and the distressed calling of the crow getting louder and louder until you get to the top and you're able to peek over. You don't see anyone else. You see a roof that is sort of spattered with like bird shit everywhere. Like it's a roof that's spattered with bird shit. You see in the corner of one of these areas, it's like a large washing basin is what it looks like, a large metal washing basin, but instead of water in it, it has what looks like ash and sort of remnants um, of fire, essentially, inside and around it. You can see Elavorn, kind of the bird flailing around, causing a commotion, trying to desperately get out of this cage. And you can see a few more cages set up similar to it. You also see the entrance down into the second floors, whatever is below in the tavern. But nobody else up here. Durand?
Oh, that was 14.
14? Okay. You're able to kind of edge Neridiana along, just give her a little bit of hurry up as she's kind of close to the top, but someone seems to be coming from an angle where they would see her if they looked the right way. So Nettie, as you're close to the top, you can hear Durand like egging you on, like hurry up, like someone's coming.
I'll hop onto the roof fully, I guess.
Okay. You hop onto the roof. The only bird in a cage that you can see that's been trapped is this crow here with the note attached to its leg that you assume is Elavorn. You were following her from the desert, so fair enough to assume this is Elavorn.
Yeah. I like. Because this clearly is somehow, on at least on Neridian's mind, it's the spot where the crows are supposed to go, I guess. So
The door that leads to the tavern below opens, and clutching his head, walking out, it's like, I hear you. Can you shut up? Today's not the day. What the hell are you doing up here? And that's where we'll pick up next time. That's where we'll pick up after the break. After the break. After the break.
Oh.
Next time that we pick up playing again, which is in about 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh. Your time goes way.
I was like over here kind of panicking because I was like, I thought I made it obvious.
I don't know. I think I definitely missed something.
Is the fact that I made it obvious what makes it not obvious? Am I that jaded of a DM that my player's like, no, it can't be this. He would never make it this. He's trying to tell us it's this, so it has to be something else.
Sometimes it's the simplest things that are, not so obvious. I don't know. Anyway, break time.
Alright, break time, yeah.
One.
Alright, and we are back. So, last we left off before the break, Elevoin had made her way as a crow to the top of the tavern roof where she spotted some bird traps and intentionally got herself snared in one of them. Thrashing around, cawing in this metal cage, Neredian scaled the walls to go and just make sure everything's okay. And as she was, and going over to try to, maybe assist the struggling crow, the door to the tavern below opened, and there, standing now, staring, locked eyes with Neredian, is the gnomish barkeeper, Olafor. What the hell are you doing up here, Neredian?
More intense
Oh,
thrashing.
sorry. What the hell are you doing up here, Neredian?
Well,
You shouldn't be up. How did you even?
that's that's kind of a skill of mine. I'm kind of good at climbing, but well, I mean, I heard, the bird is making a lot of noise, and my
Yes,
friend is really, she really likes, animals in general, and that's kind of picked up on by me, and so I thought this one was, in trouble.
You can see he's a bit skeptical still, seems a bit out of sorts from the previous night, but I mean, that's all good and all, and I suppose admirable in some way, but
I'm
messing
terribly
around with
sorry.
other people's things. I have there's not many ways that you can converse with people over long distances out here near the desert, so I just keep in touch with family and friends through birds. You'll see maybe one of its legs there has a note attached, perhaps. And he's walking up to it now to kind of get to the bird in the cage first.
Oh, well, didn't notice there. No, I'm, and well,
Do you go snooping around other people's business all the time? And as he's reaching into the cage for you, Elevorn.
I'm hopping around, cawing and flapping my wings.
Oh, come on, you. Yeah, one of these. Sometimes they're not trained well. Are you gonna try to avoid his grasp or no?
Nah, I'll just,
So he goes and he takes you out in his hand and unties the note with one hand. And all right, you've had quite enough to eat, I believe. It looks like you had quite the good meal. So go on. And he kind of.
So I fly.
Yep. And he unfurls the note and reads it over and reads it a second time. And there's no use. I'll just have to save this for later. And he puts it in his pocket.
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't know it was, you trying to keep in contact with your family. We have used birds and stuff like that before, but it's been a bit different with us, so I didn't know. I'm honestly really, really sorry.
Make a persuasion check. Or deception, your choice. Probably more deception. Make a deception check.
Yeah, it probably would be more deception. $28.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's fine. Just, I don't know. You can come down through the door. I guess if you want to go over the edge, you can. It's too bright out here.
Well, I definitely, if you don't mind letting me down through that same way you are going, it's
Yeah,
a bit easier.
go.
I'll go.
And he sticks around for a little bit, just looking over everything, and on the roof, checks out the trap and looks back to you, looks up to Eleven that's still flying away, and it seems like he's thinking about something, but follows behind you and closes the door. You go down a flight of stairs and you realize that you're in a sort of attic storage area. A little trapdoor with a folding ladder is opened up, and you climb down into the hallway where his room is and the other rooms on the second story of the tavern.
Hmm.
He pushes it back up after he follows you down, and uh, well, now you know, I guess. So I better get back down to the bar.
Yeah, I guess that. I'll go back to my friends.
Yeah, you do that. So Delon, you heard a little bit of conversation from the street level. You weren't able to make out everything from where you were, but you heard Olafor's voice and Netadion's. And then you saw at one point the crow flying away from the building. Elevon, are you spotting Delon and heading back and dropping the polymorph?
Well, I'd want to make sure that, I don't know if he's still watching, so I want to go.
You would have been able to see Netadion and him from above walk in and go back into the tavern.
Okay, well then I would, find somewhere discreet to land and become myself again.
Okay. You find a window around Daran to go land and become yourself again, just on the backside of the tavern.
Nice.
There are a
So,
lot of cages up there.
I suppose this is one we didn't check. This one and one other.
Well, I couldn't climb it. As a squirrel, so, sorry if, Leridion seemed, kind of just figured I would just do what the bird would do, or try to do what the bird would do, so it was normal, so they would react the same, and we could, figure out what was going on.
Well,
But then oh, sorry, go ahead.
that's fine and all. I feel bad I sent Neri up. I guess we should meet her in the front.
I might have panicked a little bit more than I should have because I started worrying that I was going to be eaten for some reason. I don't know. I just got really scared. That I was like, I can't get out, and. So some of it was me originally, and then I just probably panicked a bit.
Alright, so you guys head back around the front, and as you do, you run into Netadion, who's heading from the front around towards you.
Hey. So, what happened?
Well, kind of like the girls more glance back and then just, oh, we shouldn't talk about it over here.
Sure.
You guys get far enough away to a point where you feel like you're just walking down the street, no one really within eavesdropping range, far enough away from the tavern to have your conversation.
Well, I don't. Well, at that moment, definitely nothing too bad happened, and I'm not sure what Elmore told you, but he released Elevorn, as you can see. He took the notes. He didn't really say too much about when he read it. He just read it and said that he needs to save it for later or something, and was wondering, of course, why I was up there, but I just, I told him that I heard the bird rattling in the cage and thought it was in trouble and something I did, and he tried to play it off that it's to keep in touch with his family. So, he most likely is involved with, somehow. And that stone that we have is, probably how he keeps in touch whoever he needs to keep in touch after the bird messages and stuff like that.
Well, if we need to... We're pretty much sure then, at least in his involvement, we should probably have a bit more of a hands-on conversation with him.
At this point, it's kind of getting later on into the morning. Nearly afternoon. The sun is very high in the sky, but not quite overhead yet. Heat is beating down. What are you guys doing, and when do you guys want to try to do it?
Well, I'm not sure. To get him drunk again and try to make him talk like that, or should we just take him somewhere and force him to talk somehow?
I mean, I have something that can make people say the truth.
And how sneaky can you be with it?
Not at all.
Hmm.
It's very obvious, I believe.
You've seen similar magics when Basque or other clerical people had used similar, like, zones of truth type things.
Well, Neridian definitely doesn't remember.
never seen
I mean, those have been like on specific occasions when there has been like, it clearly has been like, and that you're trying to get. Everybody kind of knows that it's been like that. It's the whole thing that Neridian doesn't know how sneakily it can be done, because all of those have been done like out and up publicly, kinda.
Yeah. So what are you guys doing? You heading back to the tavern now, or are you waiting?
Probably waiting. I don't think we would want to do it so early.
Okay. When are you planning on doing it?
And do we want to get him drunk again?
No, I doubt he'll drink again. Bit adamant about that.
I think that we should get our belongings from his inn, and we should definitely do this sooner. I mean, sure, there's more people out and about right now, but we sent him a note, right? He's going to go looking for the stone sometime. Is it going to be tonight, do you think? Or, I mean,
You're right about that. I mean,
and I'm not worried about being sneaky, because I kind of want to punch him in the face, but
But I mean, you are right about that. He probably is gonna go look for the stone sooner or later. Definitely, most likely after the inn is closed, the bar is closed. Probably because sure, there might not be too many people who goes in there now, but it's still kind of like service hours or something, and he shouldn't spend too much time away from the bar. I can't think so.
Do we need any more provisions to survive in the desert? Is there anywhere we can buy things? Did you notice yesterday while we were around? Maybe we should do that before we confront him.
There are other places that sell food and, water skins and places to fill up with water, for a price, of course. Um, but it depends on how much you want. They might not be able to stock a month-long voyage through the desert.
We don't have the means to even carry month-long rations, I think. Definitely would have to fill at the water skins.
Yeah, I think that you guys would have filled them at the last place that you had when you had purchased them.
That was kind of long ago, though.
It was a bit of work, yeah. So you guys go ahead and do that. What kind of provisions are you looking for? I'll have one, just anything that will keep.
Anything that'll keep, and any kind of, if there's any sort of gear that seems like we might need for the desert, if they're selling things or whatever, just basically, let's get our whatever. Don't want it to be a whole big shopping thing. Just like, is there anything that anybody needs?
So what kind of desert gear type stuff are you looking for? Are you trying another set of desert clothes? Because as far as traveling through the desert, it's really just food, water. You guys have tents. You guys have probably plenty of rope.
Stuck up on more rope.
So you guys go around and do that. I'll say that if you guys want, for 10 gold, you'd be able to get all of your water skins filled and 2 weeks of rations for each of you.
So it's 10 gold from each of us?
10 gold total.
Oh, okay.
I'll give 5 gold for it, so.
Okay.
I'll do the other half.
All right. So you guys stock up on those provisions, and by the time you do that, it is it's maybe just after noon. So maybe closing in on 1 o'clock in the afternoon, very early afternoon. Small town.
I mean, the other thing is I don't know my way around the desert, so we could probably really use a guide of some sort, but I had no idea where we would find something like that.
A guide. Like, to guide us to the slavers or the bandits?
There aren't trees as far as I can tell, and there isn't moss, so if we get going a direction, I won't know what direction we're going in. I'm not sure how to do that here.
But,
maybe the sun. When the sun rises or sets, we know that's a direction.
Yeah.
Maybe it's okay.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to think that, a guide usually is hard when you know where you're supposed to kind of go, but you yourself don't know where to go. So how would we find a guide that would guide us to either the bandits or the slavers who would just willingly take us there.
Well, one thing at a time. Are you guys trying to find the guy now, or are you guys trying to confront Olafor before that?
Oh, I just wanted to be ready to leave in case we needed to leave in a hurry, so we have everything prepared, and so we aren't like, oh, let's run off into the desert and die, because we didn't want to die in the town or be locked up. So
We don't want to die anywhere.
That is
True,
fair.
true.
I'm in the business of death prevention and avoidance. I tap the.
Are you looking into desert guides?
No, it's fine. I was just like,
sure?
if we're good, running off into the desert, we're good running off into the desert.
I mean, I'm not saying that we don't, we shouldn't get a guide. I'm just saying that guides usually work that way, and I don't know.
Olafor will take us, I'm sure, by the time we're
We'll
done.
force him.
He'll be our guide.
We'll just kidnap him and force him.
Okay, so you guys are heading back to the tavern to get your stuff out of whatever.
At least to get the stuff.
Okay. You go back to the tavern, and the front door is locked.
Well, what the? Maybe knock on it. I don't. Should we knock on it, or should we just try to find another way in? I mean, I could also lockpick this lock, I guess, but.
Well,
I'm going to knock at the door.
no answer. Trying to listen in, you don't hear anything.
How would he, Okay, we all know that he's doing shady business. Definitely something related to the slavers. Kind of try to keep voice quiet. If anybody happens to pass by, they wouldn't hear too much of a
This is the main thoroughfare, and it's a pretty popular spot.
Yeah, so
people
kind
seem
of
to be walking up, expecting to go in for a late lunch or something, and what's going on? Why is the Aspen Nicholas? What the hell?
Does this happen often?
Not as far as I know. Nah.
That is weird.
Hopefully something hasn't happened to him.
I don't. Hopefully not. I mean, why would he lock up if something was to happen to him? I don't know.
I mean, if there's somebody in there with him and, doing something bad,
That's definitely strange. Yeah, she's right. It's definitely strange. Maybe someone should go and get the guards. Just to take a look at it. Just in case. Make sure old Titakin is alright.
There probably was some window, so I think I would try to go and look for a window to peek in. At least.
So, there are a few windows. They're both at the front. You peek in. Make a perception check. You did this for yourself.
Yeah, I know I did, but I was also the first one to say I don't know if anybody else thought about it, and that's a 9, so...
Unfortunately, you're not able to make out much. You are able to at least make out that it appears like the main tavern area is empty. There's nobody in there.
tempted to climb up the building again, but at the same time, there's people getting guards.
Well,
Like,
they haven't gotten the guards. They're like, should we? Like, they're saying, like, is that a thing? Like, is it?
it
Should we
still
go?
is kind of like shifty if she goes climbing up on the walls and stuff like that. And
I'm going to turn to Dron and just be like, do you think guards would be good in this instance or a hindrance?
Wait, what would be?
The
Guard.
guards. Like, do you
Bringing the
want?
Imperial Guards into this.
Probably not the best idea.
We did say to be careful who we trust, so. Sorry, my cat is just like, we want to walk over, through your dice tray and lay down on your paper. I'm like,
cats.
So you're trying to talk down the whole guard thing with the people that are around?
maybe he went to get provisions. Maybe he ran out of something, or maybe one of the workers is sick. I don't know who works here.
Make a persuasion check to try to, make everyone think that everything's probably all right.
No, this is 17 total.
Okay.
It's like giant pink dice.
I just wish that he would have. Yeah, probably. Wish he would have chosen a better time than lunch to do it. All right, fellas, let's go and try to find somewhere else to get some food before we head back. It's too damned hot out here to keep trying to just sit around bullshitting. All right, whatever. And they walk away. You see a couple of them pull out some breezy hoops. Now, there are still people kind of like walking around occasionally, like passing by, but the kind of crowd that was around here has dispersed, and it doesn't seem like more people are coming up. It seems like word of the tavern being closed up for lunch is spreading. You can even hear some people like, I wouldn't go that way. It's gotta have to find somewhere else to get your food. Closed up. Oh, are you kidding me? Why? I don't know. And then they turn around and head somewhere else. So what are you guys doing?
Breaking in.
Kicking it in?
I don't think, maybe I should just try to climb up again and, go through the whole, go through the, yes, just,
That's an
Much better
option.
than breaking in.
So you could break in. You could try to pick the front door. Depending on how fast you are and how well Elevorn and Duran are able to make cover for what you're doing, you might be able to do it. Duran, you are aware of that there is a back door and its location since you locked up the night before. There are windows. There's the roof, like you said, but that you'd have to travel down through the tavern again to get to the front door to let Duran and Elevorn in. So those are your options. That's up to you.
Back door.
back door. I guess that could work too. So,
I mean, I could just burn it down.
It's sandstone.
The door? The door is
With enough
sandstone?
fire.
Oh, the door? No, the door is not sandstone. But when you say burn it down, I assume Elevorn means everything.
The door.
Right.
And how do you localize burn the door down? That's much more discreet than kicking it down. You're right.
Nothing says hello like fire.
Right?
All right. So what are you guys doing? Back door.
Back door.
back door?
Go ahead and make a thieves' tools check, Netherdion. As Durand and Elevorn kind of keep a little bit of a lookout at strategic locations.
Pass without trace.
Okay, pass without trace.
21.
21. Easy enough. It's a large lock, simple. You've done this type of thing multiple times. It's almost too easy at this point. The door swings open, and you're on the first floor of the tavern, kind of connected to the hallway where your rooms are.
Well,
Take the time, like when it's clear, they back up and turn and follow you in. You close the door behind you.
yeah. Do we hear anything?
Why are you the one asking these questions? Two people make a perception check, please.
Because the other ones aren't.
Hey, I'm also curious as to whether I hear something. You're just the one that said it first.
So you have passed without a trace up, so for any upcoming stealth checks, remember that.
23.
23?
Yeah, my eyes are open.
Through the floor above you. Sounds like a bunch of rattling, some scraping on the wood, some hurried footfalls.
Someone seems to be panicking upstairs.
Well, maybe we should, go and see who it is. Then again, I think I have an idea who it is, but let's go. And definitely, at least Diana is gonna start going towards the stairs and everything.
Alright, you guys care about being stealthy or no?
Mary is always stealthy.
Actively
I'm pretty
stealthy.
stealthy right now.
Alright. Go ahead and make stealth checks. Plus 10 because of pass without trace. Durand, I'm not sure if you kept your armor on after sleeping with it on.
Well, it's meant through the hot day.
Oh, you had it off through the day? Okay.
When in Rome.
Yeah, right?
43.
Jesus Christ, how?
Because of the pass without trace.
Well, pass without trace, yeah. Wow.
19.
That's okay as well, I guess.
22.
22. So. You walk by. And you can hear some dishes being cleaned in the kitchen area. And you guys sneak by the employee that you had seen there the previous night who's working as well. There's a moment where they're turning to pick up the next dish and place the clean one on a rack behind them when the three of you, without a noise, quickly, sneakily run past, head up the stairs as you hear the sound of the sort of commotion growing louder, and you see that there are not just one, but there are multiple doors that are kind of seem like they've been thrown open up here. The sound that you hear is coming from a little bit down the hall. Sounds like it's coming from Olafor's room. And as you get closer, you can hear, "Oh, come on, where is it? Oh, fuck, why did I have to drink so much last night? What did I do with it? Why would I even take it out?" And looking into the room, you can see that pretty much it's been tossed. Like the bed cover, sheets, pillows, everything has been completely stripped from the bed. The mattress has been moved. The bed's been moved off the wall. You can see that tiny little trap door on the floor had been opened, and everything seems a bit of a mess as he's been, and you can see Olafor in there just rooting through everything, flinging sheets into the air and tossing it into the corner. Damn it!
So we're walking into his room.
Are you?
No, I was going to say I would grab, I would just tap both of them, and just like pointed around, and then like shrug my shoulders and like kind of motion towards the room, like, do you want to go talk to him? Indicating like, you have like a, trying to be like, him sort of. I mean, sure, it was one night, but
Sure. Do that.
So you just walk in, Durand?
Yeah.
All right. So you walk in, and you get to like maybe within like 5 feet behind him, and he's still just in a panic, just going, and you're just standing in the room. It's like, come on, I need to find it. And he turns around, and he's like, oh gods, what are you doing? How did you get in?
You seem
You
to
and
have
your
lost.
You and your friends have a way of showing up where you shouldn't be. What's going?
I guess it's a bad habit of ours.
What? Wait, you walked in too?
Oh no. Oh no. I guess
Okay.
yeah.
So she says to Elevorn.
It's a bad habit.
just no.
You seem you seem troubled, friend. Lost something?
Why? He takes a moment to kind of calm himself, and you can see him trying to put things together in his head and calm himself a bit. I did a personal item of mine. I did lose, but that doesn't answer why you're here. I locked up the tavern. You and your friends had left already.
Well, I heard that the
earlier,
place was closed,
you're
and
just what you're not just. Sorry, what did you say?
I heard the place was closed, and I was concerned.
So you broke your way in here?
No, nothing like that.
Well, I appreciate the concern, but other than having lost something, everything is fine. Nothing like bit of a panic attack to get you over a hangover.
Sounds very horrible after a hangover, to be honest.
It's not the least of my worries right now. Really is.
I mean, maybe I could help you look for it, possibly?
I don't know if you could. It's very small. I shouldn't be telling you this. I have to find it on my own. But he looks at you and is going to try to make an insight check. But this, I don't know. No, I shouldn't tell you. I just met you yesterday, you and your friends. Just met you yesterday, but I've been seeing you a lot recently. I know it's a small town and all, but what did you say you were doing here again?
I ever got the chance to tell you, really.
Well, I think I would like very much to know, because so much is happening at the same time, and I'm just trying to sort it all out. You thinking about what you're gonna say?
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
So as you think, you're surveying the mess in the room. The desk that the previous night was, relatively spotless, is now kind of has a bunch of things moved over. It seems like he spilt an inkwell and then kind of hastily tried to clean it up, but didn't clean it up. So there's like ink smudged and smeared. There is also up here the ledger that you had seen him writing in before. and it's on the desk as well, kind of cockneyed in the corner.
Okay, I think I know what to
Still looking
say.
at you, waiting for an answer.
I know what to say. I know what to say. I'm just traveling, adventurers like my friends and I. We've come far from the southern provinces. Along the way, different than probably yourself, and very small and similar. Probably just keep going through and helping people.
I see. Oh, it sounds nice. I wouldn't stick around here too long. You might find yourselves overwhelmed. Might never leave. And I doubt this is a place where anyone would want to spend the rest of their days. Like myself, yes, probably. That's what everyone is just trying to do, just trying to make a living, just trying to make their way in the world, right? Oh, God.
In his
Different.
distressing speech that he was giving me right now, can I edge my way towards the ledger?
Sure. And
See if
he's
I
still
can-
like, kind of talking in it, like in his own head. You're edging your way towards the ledger. Make a stealth check. I'll say this is definitely a separate one than what you had before.
Okay.
Still within 30 feet of Elevorn, so still with plus 10.
$24.
24. Okay, so you edge your way towards the ledger, and he's still just rambling. He's not even like turning to face you. He's still facing where you were when you started moving over. But I don't know where you're from, but things are different out here, and chasing that way to make a bit of coin, and the way to make your way in the world, and the way to make a living for yourself, and if you're lucky enough, a family, it's different. The rules of the desert are different. Most people come by trying to find their fortune and find nothing but sand and heat and misery, and the ways to actually make a living is hard, and to do things and work with people, and it's just hard. And you're at the ledger now.
Can I kind of pick it up, and like gloss it over while like responding to him, kind of, I suppose, like in a comforting and like understanding way?
Gotcha. Looking through it, there are just there are numbers, lots of numbers. Some of them, part of the book is actually a ledger, and you make that out. But another section of it, while it still has a bunch of numbers that are like laid out and organized, are laid out in a different format than the ledger. And there are, a few columns with different numbers, and on one side there's like abbreviations of like 3-letter abbreviations of different letters. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
I think
Just to see if you can. What's up?
was he trying to throw the book out of the room, or was he trying to look?
No, I don't think so. What were you trying to toss the book out of the room, or were you looking?
No,
I thought he was looking
definitely.
through it.
I'm definitely looking through it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is to see if I can already. I mean, he's kind of dug his own grave here, but I would like some certainty
Yeah.
that maybe I can find in the ledger, which I probably do. Holy shit, 21.
Holy shit, 21. Indeed. Alright, so. You see various, various amounts of numbers in separate columns, each of them with rows that have these 3-letter abbreviations. And you go through some, you can see like SEL, SUL, VAS and stuff like that, and you're putting it together, and you're putting it together. EMB, and you're putting it together, and you go to like one of the last ones that you can see as you're kind of flipping through it, just making sure, and you flip through to the last page where you see a few entries that have the same abbreviation of WOR, and that's when it clicks, and you just think, and you might even whisper, "Worthy," and you see the numbers that are aside next to it.
Okay, so let's see, how do I word this? So I'll be sitting there and ranting and what and so on, and I'll be like, yes, I understand, I've seen places that are not so great. Sometimes have to do things that aren't the greatest things, like, I don't know, sting slavers,
It's like, yeah, exactly. Then he looks at you wide-eyed. What do you mean? What? Why would you say that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just curious of this ledger, really.
When did you get? You shouldn't be looking at that. And kind of kind of takes a step forward and raises a hand, almost like not like I'm going to take that away from you, but just like almost desperately pleading, like, just don't look at that.
Look, I can understand, maybe, if you can explain it to me.
I'm in so much trouble. What I said, I didn't lie. And it's not this nice little town at the edge of the desert. The Empire's here, and they like to be here and pretend that they have some sort of control, so that they can tell people that they have some sort of control over it. But once you cross that threshold, once you get into the sands, there's no law but theirs. You'd be hard-pressed to find someone that stays in Duen that doesn't have some sort of connection to either the slavers or the bandits. They have their hooks everywhere, and if you don't, I don't send people. I'm just a messenger, really. I receive and I give and deliver messages. That's all I do. I don't take people. I don't sell people, or I don't do any of that. I'm just the messenger. As you're kind of continuing to flip through, something falls out of one of the back pages. A different hued bit of paper folded into like 8 pieces. It's a bit messy and seems like it's of a different make than the ledger itself.
Can I check that out?
You can. Like, oh, and he's like, "What am I gonna do? You've really done it now, LaFour." And he goes and he guy's like kind of turning around and pulling out his hair and his beard. You unfurl it, and it looks like it's a map of the desert. No markings of any kind, but just a map of the desert with various landmarks, but no like slavers here arrow, nothing like that.
Darn it! If only. Well, my friend, I suppose, as I said a moment ago, I believe you've been very honest with me, so I believe I've been very honest with you too. We've gone around from all sorts of places and helped people out. So, if you're in trouble, maybe we can be some help.
I was... He kind of sighs and sits down on the mattress that has been almost pulled off the bed and kind of almost falls, and then fixes it and again plops down onto the mattress and kind of just like folds his hands together and looks down like ashamed. It was about, say, 2-3 years ago that I was approached by a man, and essentially I was threatened. said that I was going to do this thing for him, and I would be compensated, and in both allowed to continue with my livelihood, and maybe a little extra coin here and there. Didn't give me much of an option. Like I said, the gods, you can't go to the Empire. They don't control things around here. The only reason they're allowed here is because the bandits and the slavers allow them to be. Keeps everybody calm, and calm is good for them. Gave me a stone that I use to relay messages. Like I said, I'm a messenger. That's it. That's all. And I've lost it, and then now they're gonna send somebody looking, and I'm going to be in so much trouble, and now I'm dead. I have to get out of here.
Well, no. I mean, what if I say I can, what if we can help you find this stone? But in return, you help us find these slavers.
I would like you to make a deception check or persuasion, your choice, just to kind of contested by his insight to kind of try to see through what you mean by help you find this stone.
I mean what I said. Fuck.
I know, but you didn't say, "Hey, we have the stone on us. We can give it back." So this is for him basically trying to figure out whether or not you actually have the stone, or whether you would help him find it.
Okay. I've got this. It's okay. What the hell is it? It doesn't matter. It's a -2 regardless, right?
Yeah.
All right. I am not deceptive. I am persuasive. All right. I'm not lying. Not entirely.
Not entirely. I'm not lying. I'm just being deceitful a bit. Ah, shit! Deception.
A little bit of a white lie.
Look, I am trying to help him out here. Sort of.
Elmore and Netadion, you guys still hanging back?
Nettie is at least. It's like.
This is my shit. It's a -2, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How hard can this be?
How hard can it be?
Yeah.
Famous last words.
It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good number. We just minus that by 2, and we get 17.
Oh.
It's still not bad.
That's not bad.
It's not. It's not a natural 20, but there's a 2, and it looks like he's at first. It's like I mean, since you got here, it's that you've been very kind and forthcoming and helpful, and I would appreciate. Been around a lot. You're not supposed to be here. Why are you in my room now? Why was Marianne on the... Who? You have it. You took it. What do you... I don't know if that even changes anything or even matters at this point, but... He kind of straightens up. I'm familiar with the feeling of people bigger and stronger, more capable than me, using me as a means to some sort of end. That's how I got myself in this position here. And however you want to spin it, I get the same feeling, and it's okay. It's what I am, what's what I do. So let's just get to it. What are you really doing here? And what are you trying to do? I'm in no position to deny you of that now.
Okay. continue being forthcoming. I'm here to track down the slavers.
There's a reason why they've not been tracked down before. You don't think if the Empire could, they would? I don't even know how to reach them. Well, how to
But
get to them physically. And I don't
maybe
even know if the person that I talk to knows. I don't know who he has to talk to or if anything like that. But
I don't care to get you into trouble with these people. Not my intention. Sounds like you've been dealt the wrong cards and been trying to play life as it is, and I don't fault you for that. But your choices from here on definitively matter. However you want to see it, I can get you this stone that would secure your safety, and you can help
Marianne,
me find, at the very least, the next link in this chain that it is to find the slavers. If you're lucky, then
yes,
maybe we can find these slavers, hopefully put an end to the bad that they have been doing all these years, which would only very partly absolve you of what you've been doing for so long.
That is ambitious. If you were able to rid them, then yes, I would be free from their... from underneath their boot. Certainly. I'm not too hopeful. But you have
That
it.
sound
This
good?
stone, you have it.
I can help you find it. My
Marianne
friends
on
and
the
I
roof-
have capabilities.
Marianne on the roof earlier. You know she was there?
I did send her. She's obviously more capable than I could to go to the roof. She did hear an animal in distress.
I need an answer. Was that you? Did you do that? Was that just some kind of trap or ploy to try to find me? I just need to know. Was that you that did that? Was that message real? Is
I'm kind of like looking at Elephant and like, you think we should just finally go in there and,
Instead of doing that, how about, no, I just say, like, how about this? And I'll use my pendant to turn into a crow and just hop into the doorway.
okay.
Sure.
how did this go? He doesn't. He kind of almost doesn't. It's just a bird. Birds get into taverns sometimes, I guess, and it's just how I.
And just kind of keep, like, walking, hopping over to him. I'm not sure how birds walk exactly. More of a hop.
It was you. It was you. You sent the message. Looking back to Duen. Oh,
Not-
thank God.
Not
Thank
directly myself.
He seems relieved. Let's go. I'm safe. Okay. It wasn't real. It wasn't a real. I'm okay. It's okay. Alright. Whew. Oh. Oh. So he seems less on edge.
Okay, that's good.
Fully relieved to find out that it was just a ploy by you guys. And not something that he would actually have had to, report in via the stone.
If that makes you feel better and the stone is not in immediate need, that I suppose gives us a little bit more time to be able to find it, right?
Yes, certainly. I suppose I should just tell you everything, huh?
I believe it is in your best interest at this point.
Yes. Well, I get messages from birds on the roof, as you somehow seem to know already. I take those, and that gives me what needs to be relayed to the person on the other end of this stone. I don't believe it's the same person that delivered it to me, but I've never met the person that I speak to in person. I relay the message. I'm supposed to be near the stone, ready to hear from them every day when the sun is highest at noon. That is when we speak, or I wait for them. If there's no message, then I don't speak to them. It's simple. Or if I have a message to relay, that is when I do it. Sometimes they come in and, well, I tell them that there is an order as someone wishing to buy. I don't tell them the details over the stone. They then tell me when they will come, or at least when someone will be by. And they check, and he kind of points to the ledger that's still in your hands. And that's when they collect the orders and they go. And that's all the interactions I ever have. It's never the same person twice. Sometimes they come by, or they say that they will come by even if I haven't sent in. They check in on me, time to time. Never the same intervals, sometimes weeks, sometimes months. Can never be sure when I'm going to get that word.
How long has it been since you've heard from them?
It's been, I would say just over 2-3 weeks, perhaps. Last time they come, I draw lines underneath in the ledger in the last time that I have had a visit, so that they know what is the newest messages come in.
Out of curiosity, what had you so concerned about this letter in particular just received?
I'm supposed to report in when a message is when I receive a message. I tell them that I've received an order, so that they know, and they can make their plans accordingly to come and fulfill it.
You know what happens if you're late?
I've never been, and I never wanted to find out.
Understandable.
All in all, the task that they have given me is a fairly simple one. It's not one that I have no remorse about. I try to downplay it in my head and say that I'm not really a part of it, even though I know I am. Yes, I'm just stuck. I don't know what to do. I wasn't like this before. I didn't choose this.
Suppose you could say a little birdie told me earlier to not shoot the messenger. Take that as some sort of strange sign right now.
Kind of like counters back. It's like, I haven't lied to you or your friends. I haven't put on a face or a facade. I am who I am. I'm just someone who has to do something that they don't like doing. How are you supposed to choose between doing what's right and doing what allows you to continue eating and having a place to live?
I think the most important thing, rather than thinking about what you've done, is more about thinking about if you were given the chance right now, would you make an effort to make it better? Or would you let yourself just sink down into this hole?
I can help you. And I feel, after a short time, that whatever you're doing, I'm not sure, but it is the right decision, the right thing to do, and certainly I know that what I've been helping move along is the wrong one. But even so, I can only go so far. I can't go with you to find them. If
No, I wouldn't want that.
I can't even really tell you where they are, I don't know. He's pointing at the map now and like, shoo, to the bird that's in the room still as he walks past you, Elevorn.
Oh. Can I call? I have to know. There's absolutely no way I don't know that that's not Elevorn.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you should. It's kind of doing like it's if a bird could skip, that's what it's
Perfect.
doing around a room right now.
Come, birdie.
Go over to him.
This must be a different one from the one that was up there earlier. The one that's up there earlier didn't seem trained at all. Bird. Anyways, he kind of unfurls the map, making sure not to get it on the ink spill that's on the desk. What I do know, from overhearing many talks of many loose lips in the tavern over my time here, I know more about the bandits of the desert than I do about the location of the slavers. The slavers themselves are very tight-knit about their operation and very harsh on any loose ends. And you can see the realization of fear in his eyes at that point, and he kind of begins to shut down a little bit.
So, real quick, would you say definitively that the slavers and these bandits are in one way working each other?
I wouldn't say that. They both have their interests. Certainly at some points they do if it's mutually beneficial, but I wouldn't say anything along the lines of the bandits being like the movers of slaves or the slavers' muscle even. They have their own people for that. They don't want to muddy the waters with people they don't know or trust as it is, or control. I've heard talk of occasionally them working together, whether it be the bandits blocking off certain roads or paths, areas in the desert so that they could do their work, keep any sort of wandering person, traveler, good doer away. But no, not in any sort of official capacity, and not for anything that isn't mutually beneficial. The bandits themselves, they have their own agendas, their own ways of doing things.
Okay. But I can only assume that if that they know of each other, without a doubt.
Certainly, yes. They large, vast, very dead and very hot territory, but they share a territory nonetheless. What I do know, a little bit, overhearing a conversation one night, stuck in my head. The location of the bandit camp in the desert.
Where is that, if you could point on here?
Can't exactly point it out.
An area.
It's more of a description. I know that it is, at the very minimum, a week or two into the desert. It is beyond a large, let me think, a large cave or mountain of some sort. And it rests just on one side of a large, almost mountain range of these sand dunes, these large, hilly sand dunes, and that is apparently a very beautiful oasis that it is near. A rare bit of water in the desert that the bandits have made their stay on. As far as my knowledge and what I would suspect, it is not quite as far out as the slavers are. Not as isolated as the bandits still need to do some work with the civilized parts of the empire. If I had to guess, and he points to a place on the map and kind of draws a circle that's, small circle on the map, but relatively broad area if you would translate it to actual size. Somewhere in there. It's like kind of in the, towards the center, but kind of a little bit southeast of the center. Is kind of where he's kind of hovering around. That would be my guess. And while I know it's not the slavers and you're looking for them, and at this point, by gods, I hope you find them. If anyone outside of the slavers could point you to them, it would be the nomads.
Okay. A good direction, I think. I'll say to Elevorn.
And Neridion. Did you say to Neridion on the
Well,
outside?
yeah, she heard it too.
Yeah, probably what I heard.
You should directly say it to Neridion.
Elevorn nods. It's a little girl. She's like, mm-hmm.
He doesn't. He's not really paying attention to the bird. He's still looking at the.
Would you mind if I... Do you need that map in particular?
I suppose not.
I'll have a friend draw it up and I'll get it back to you. You need it.
Everything. This is wrong. This is wrong. It wasn't supposed to happen like this.
Do you really think it's wrong, though?
Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I can't stay here. I can't stay here. People, I don't know who to trust. Who could have heard something, seen something. I panicked. I locked up the tavern. That's not normal, and they'll know that. Can't even trust my assistant here. I can't. Although you ended up being good people, I can't trust any patron that comes in. Can't stay here. I have to leave Twin.
I think it's okay. Let's just clean this place up. We'll think of something to clean while you closed up that obviously was not the stone, and act like none of this ever happened. And the sooner we do that, I think the better, right?
He looks up at you. What if you don't? If you don't, I need to get out of here. And if you do, and I hope you do, I want to get out of here. This place holds too many memories, too many times that I've fallen to my own weakness and damned I don't know how many people to life or death out in that accursed sand. If you want to help me, and I know it's asking a lot, as I probably do not deserve it.
Just like a loud sigh. Like an earful. I'll like come out from there, just, like stand at that door, like, God, just if he wants to get out of it, then why don't we make sure he gets to Proshburn or maybe even Vasselholm or something?
I
I'm just
mean,
gonna
I
start
was going to.
clawing softly, like, because
Yeah.
I've forgotten I'm a bird, so I'm just thinking I
I've forgotten I was a bird.
was like, caw, 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 caw.
Mhm.
And then they're looking at me, and I'm like, like what?
What do you mean? I
Motion to
understand
like,
perfectly.
maybe you understand, but I'm not that well, you know.
May I ask what the hell is going on?
So I'm gonna hop down because it was so flaming around and just gonna like go out of the room, just so I
Okay.
don't like make him pass out or anything.
Just like passing it goes right through Netherion's legs.
It's like I turn back into Elborn out of sight in the hallway, and I'm like adjusting my outfit a little bit, like. And then I just walk in.
Then you make your grand re-entrance.
As I was just saying, I think that, like you mentioned before, that we lost our bartender.
Well, we do kind of have already one. He gave it to, that whoever he is.
Obviously, some unnamed person with no backstory or connection to our characters, so we gotta make this guy the new bartender.
Oh my god. Look, alright, what I was gonna say is, this place doesn't have to be a bad place for him if he doesn't want it to be. Of course, if he wants to leave, we can help with that, but this place doesn't have to be all bad.
I'm scared, that's all. I have no right to be, but if you go out there and you don't and they trace it back to me, I want to be as far away from here as possible when they do. Or if there's any stragglers, I don't know how big it is. I don't know if there are any in Twin One right now that are looking to tie up a loose end. I need to get out of here.
Okay.
And I will tell you anything else that you need. I'll give you any other aid that you need to do whatever it is you want to do. You can take that bottle with you.
Could you help us construct a believable message to relate to them?
What would you be trying to do? I'm not supposed to talk to them outside of the times that I was told to.
Of course. So maybe we would have to wait till tomorrow, or I don't know. I mean,
The only thing I'm supposed to say is that there's an order in, and then they get back to me with when they will be when somebody will be arriving to collect the orders and fulfill them in any way that they do. That's the only interaction I have with them. It's like 5 minutes at most, not even most days.
do we want to do anything with the stone, or do we just want to try it with the bandits? And just kind of look at the rock and narrow it down.
The bandits would be considerably faster, because if we wait for an order and then wait for some random person to show up, that could take too long. I mean, maybe we could luck out if there's an order soon, but
I didn't want to wait for an order. I just wanted him to say there was an order, if that's all that happens. So they send somebody and then we jump them, and I don't have a plan after that.
Yeah, she's kind of right that, they don't really know when orders are gonna come in. It's not like it's gonna be, daily or something, right? They just come around sometimes, and you then deliver that message to them that there's an order. So an order, an actual order could come tomorrow, but we can also make an order, I guess.
That would be easy. My message is the same every time, and it's simply to call in and tell them that there is at least one, there is a new order, or there are two, or however many has arrived on that day. If there's not, I just wait and see if they reach out to me. If not, I don't reach out to them. That I haven't had a conversation with them in, like I said, nearly 2-3 weeks.
The
How long
issue,
does it-
of course. I mean, I'm just saying the issue with the order thing, of course, probably would be that it kind of sounds horrible when we are talking about, who we are talking about, but we place an order and we can't be sure we would get the right person. If we would act as people who would want to buy a slave, but we can't be sure we get the right person we want.
I don't think we would be getting the right person. I think we'd get someone very far down the chain.
So if we were to place an order, that doesn't change. I mean, I'm not sure how things work on there and how they make decisions on when they send their whoever it is to do whatever they do. I've realized that the more that I say, the quicker they generally come, but even then it could take weeks. They have to travel through the desert after all, at least I assume, or they reach out to somebody else, some other network. I don't believe the other person lives here in Twinbon. Like I said, never the same person twice.
That was my next question, actually. If we were to do this, then how long does it usually take for them to get back to you? Weeks. That'd be...
Well, they could get back. They could get back to me the same day or the next day, but they don't get back to me with anything other than a time until I'm to expect a visit. To make sure that I am here, to make sure that everything is ready so that the person can come in, usually has a small drink, takes a look at the ledger, and leaves. But I don't want it. If I need to get out of here, and I don't want that stone anymore. Maybe it can help you out, regardless of your path forward, but I don't want it on me. Either keep it or get rid of it somehow. Made up my mind. I'm getting away from this.
Can I make you a deal?
I'm not sure if I have much negotiating power, but what is it?
I have a little friend here, and I'm going to get not Steve.
Oh.
Oliver. Can you take care of him for me? He's mischievous, and he needs to find his name.
He looks to Durand. Then back to Elephant. Then to not Steve. The little pygmy shrew.
And he's hungry all the time. He's eaten, he's been chewing on my acorns.
He looks up at you like a child that's been called out for doing something wrong.
I could just pet him very gently.
Yes, I could. Yes. How does this help you with the... Looking to Durand.
Okay, so do you also know the location of some, pretty big cactus or something?
Pretty big cactus.
Yes.
I've heard of some. How big are you talking? I don't think that large cacti are particularly drawn out on the map. They exist.
Gonna point at the round when he says, "How big?"
There are most likely some that are as large, if not larger, than your friend. Yes, I wouldn't. I probably quite a few, depending on where you go.
All right, we'll get what you need.
Now?
Yes.
Now. Okay. And he goes and he gathers up the things that he needs. It takes him about 10-15 minutes. Small room, clothes, basic stuff. What are you guys doing?
Well, I have transport via plants prepared, so my plan is to, and I'm going to turn to everybody and be like, well, where should he go?
Maybe as far as possible, so Vasselholm?
Well, what do you think, Dylan?
Durand. Do you want to continue your collection of NPCs in Ambervale, or where should he go?
I kind of would prefer Ambervale.
Because he could be, there's people there that we know that could help him. And, it should be safe. I mean, what was in the ledger anyway?
For all intents and purposes, a ledger. And a map.
I meant like the abbreviations and stuff, because... I mean, he knows that, but we don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, Vasselholm is VAS, and, there's Ember, and there was Zaloon, and I don't know what SUL was, but Worthy was...
Sula.
Sula? Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, so, I mean, I caught that, but I didn't know if everybody else did, so yeah. I was trying to just, But there's no A and B, so we should be safe. You should be safe. Whereas if we send them anywhere else, they have connections. That was what I was getting at.
And, yeah. Looking at Brushburn, that looks like very old entries. None for quite some time.
Sorry to be out of character. I was just trying to explain what I was trying to do and why, because it's kind of obscure,
Yeah.
There is just gonna shrug and it's up to you to where you want to send him.
Alright, so he gathers his stuff up. Do you guys have any questions before you go out? You try to find a large cactus and try to see if that works for transport via plants.
It's a plant. Why wouldn't it
True,
work?
it is a plant.
Does transport via plant say plant or tree?
It says plant in the name. I don't know. I have to look it up. But really, it says plant in the name.
I'm aware. But dominate monster affects everybody, not just monsters.
Well, people are monsters too.
Is Durand a monster?
Yes.
I mean, people
Durand
can.
is monster.
Durand can be a monster.
It's a plant.
Is Cele a monster?
It says a plant. Yeah, plant.
Checkmate.
A link between a larger...
I was gonna allow it anyway. I just wanted to see.
Yeah,
I just wanted it to say tree so that I could be the nice DM and say it works anyway. Inanimate plant. Ah, interesting. So you could travel through, say, a cactus or a grass or...
You can travel through a blade of grass. That's smart.
A large blade of grass, but, Or, say, a bush of berries, maybe.
Ooh.
the berry bush.
Wait, which
as it
berry?
were.
Any berry?
All the berries.
All of the berries.
All of them.
Or like a giant watermelon.
A pumpkin.
A giant pumpkin.
Oh man, that'd be great.
Yeah, plant. That does not
Transport.
mean you convert a giant pumpkin into a carriage. That's different in all entirely.
Imagine using transport via plants and then just coming bursting through the giant pumpkin.
I'm here to take you wherever you need.
Oh my
Picks
god.
you up and just starts running. Oh dear. Anyways, so where are you sending him? Do you have anything left for him before you send him off to wherever you're sending him?
Just shove him right into cacti. Just don't say anything.
No, not ready
He
yet.
deserves
I
it.
know.
He deserves it.
Why are you guys so mean?
He deserves it. He's been helping slavers for 2 to 3 years. Yeah, he's helping us now, but that doesn't absolve him of offense. He must live a life of, it's a term, devoted life.
Converted. Everyone's becoming a paladin now.
Yeah.
Or a cleric of the ages. To atone for their sins.
True.
Alright, so is there anything else that you need from him?
I don't have
bottle.
anything.
Bottle.
Bottle. You take the
Oh,
bottle. That's half. You see that.
Wait,
the
wait,
bottle
actually,
pushed to the side.
did he leave it?
He gave it to you. He would have given it to you if you want.
Oh, he would have.
You
No,
have
I'm
every-
saying, did he take it?
No, he didn't take it.
If he
Why
didn't
would
take
he?
it, then I'll
Because
give
he
it to
told
him.
you that you could have it.
Yeah, but I'll give it to him.
Oh. Are you sure? I mean, I probably shouldn't. It gets me into
It-
trouble sometimes, apparently.
Well, in this case, it got you out of trouble, you could say.
You're right. You're absolutely right, Durand. I will drink more. Thank you. I'll take that. Drink more and it will solve your problems. Yes,
No.
that's what it
Oh no, you turned it into an alcoholic.
Oh man, all right. Maybe don't send him to Amberville.
Oh Lord, what have you done?
Amberville needs good drunks.
Oh yeah, everyone needs a village drunk. I don't think
Right,
you have
exactly.
Oh,
You do.
oh no.
one. Alright, so if there's nothing else. Transport via plants, Elevorn. It's a very, very careful process, as you do need to touch the plant that you are attempting to cast the spell through. So, nimbly attempting to work your fingers in such a way that they do not get pricked by the spines of the cactus, you cast the spell. And to Olafor's amazement and surprise, you guys see the portal opening wide on this very large flowers blooming from the tips of its arms. The portal appears, and he's kind of just standing there and like, whoa, as a blurry sort of behind a wall of water image of Ambervale comes into view.
Oh, Bask is, well, kinda in charge over there, sort of. So if you just ask around, and I'm sure somebody tells you where he is,
The portal
you can
is beginning to
tell
close.
him that we sent you.
The portal is closing. 6 seconds. Bask, okay, got it. So portal is closing.
Push him in. Push him in.
Yeah,
Get in there! What?
boot.
Yeah,
Trips
push him in.
over a bit of the, like the lower bit of the cactus as the portal was closing. You see like the gnomish legs in the air on the other side of the portal with like cactus spines sticking out of them a bit, and the portal closes.
He had it coming.
Yeah, a little bit of karmic justice.
What happens if your leg is on the other side? Like, if
Let's not do that. Let's not try to test that.
Amputation.
what do you mean? Let's
Amputation.
not try to test that.
Let's not test that.
Amputation. Your
No,
leg,
okay.
your body part is on one side of the planet, and then the other rest of you is on the other side of the planet. So amputation.
Nah.
It's got to be. It has to be. There's no choice. There's no way. We're being honest here. Look, magic is just like technology.
What
and
if
if
you were
this
like?
happened in tech,
What if it was like not amputation, but you were stuck in like the destination plant? Like it felt like your leg was stuck in the tree.
all
And
right, look,
the other side of your leg is stuck on that other
Yeah,
plant.
on
that's
the other
some
plant.
that's some
So if you
PG
like try
Disney
to kick
crap.
and wiggle your leg on the other side of the planet, that leg is kicking and thrashing around, sticking out of the.
That's some PG cartoon Disney crap. No, I disagree. Amputation is necessary. This is the real world, and in the real world we suffer.
Okay, so are you guys heading into the desert? Is that the next plan? You have the map, you have the stone, you have the next plan, which is to find this bandit camp and these bandits, these no man's bandits out in the Verdity Desert, who, according to Olafar, had some connections to the slavers in some way, and other than the slavers themselves, would probably be the ones who know the most about them.
I think I'm good.
It's around Elevorn? It's been a while, Elevorn.
She's muted.
Yeah. She normally
Oh,
is
that's on
quick
purpose.
Yeah, usually on purpose.
Yeah, that's a plan. Wait. Can Duran put 2 and 2 together and say that there's a likely chance that this stone was connected to that door?
To
The
what?
Fucking Nightkeeper?
What?
That is putting 2 and 2 together, but it's making like 7.
2 plus
It's still
2.
like, in the span of all numbers, they're very close together, but not exactly.
Oh, Elevon just. Nimue
no.
just. Yeah.
Well, it's midnight anyway, so. Guess
Yeah, that's
we'll
it.
Pick up there.
Yeah.
Yes. We'll pick up there.
Alright. Well, good night.
Good
Good
night.
night.
So, Dune, while you're
Yeah.
here, do you want to see a magic trick?
I want to see a magic trick. Should I stream it or no?
No, please don't.
Okay, damn it.
Please.
Bye.
Please.
Bye.